Test, test, test. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're going to proceed very quickly with this briefing related to security and the features in this room. I want to confirm that we have no public members in the audience at this time. No public members, just VTA staff.
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
So I'm going to call to order the Board of Directors special meeting of Thursday, April 3rd. Elaine, could you please call the roll?
Thank you. Abekoga, absent. Arenas, absent. Bozo, absent. Burt, Burt is present. Candelas, absent. Cohen, absent. Young, absent. Foley,
Here.
present. Jane,
Here.
present. Kamei, absent. McAllister, absent. Montano, absent. Moore,
You don't have one.
Moore present. Mulcahy,
Oh, neat.
Here.
Mulcahy present. Sell,
Here.
Turner,
Here.
Weinberg,
Here.
Mahan, absent. Lopez.
Here.
Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. So we're now on to item 2, which is our only item for the special meeting, and this will be a closed session. It will be shown on the screen. But before we go into closed session, I'll open the floor. If anyone has a public comment specifically regarding the closed session item, are there members of the public or online who wish to speak?
There are no hands raised, Chair.
Okay, we'll close public comment, and we'll now go into closed session. The board will reconvene back here before 5:30. Before we do, did you want to say anything, Aston?
No, we're going to begin here and then move into your closed session room.
Okay. Okay, so we'll ask staff to help us in clearing the room.
Yes. All right. For the members of the staff, I think you're all clear to stay here. If we have any members of the public, if we could please ask you to step outside while the board is in closed session. For our Create TV crew, please pause the recording because we're going to go in closed session now. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
I'm up? Okay. 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 All right. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aston Green. I'm VTA's Chief for System Safety and Security. And today we have a item for your own security edification for this room in particular. So I want you to pay attention to the details. No photographs, no pictures, no recordings. Try to commit much of this to memory as possible. You can take personal notes, but be mindful that this information is confidential.
Recording in progress.
Okay, and we are now back in open session. And for our general counsel, do we want to report out?
Thank you, Chair. The board did not take any reportable actions on this item in closed session.
Thank you. And with that, our closed session is adjourned, and we'll take a brief break until 5:30 for our regular meeting. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Oh, yeah.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Was it in Sacramento? Oh, yeah. I was like, oh, okay.
Drive down, take it back up, stay in Davis, and then rush back up. Yes, they both thought.
So I'll call to order this regular meeting of the VTA Board of Directors, April 3rd. A few safety reminders. Please take a moment to identify your nearest exit. And for everyone's safety, please do not block the exit doors. The nearest AED is by the public table in the back of the chambers. The restrooms are outside the double doors adjacent to the reception area. And in the unlikely event we need to evacuate, our assembly area is in the plaza outside of the building's double doors as shown on the screen. The address of our meeting location is also shown here on the screen. For those who'd like to address the board, you are encouraged to complete a blue speaker card. These are at the public information table in the back. Please submit the completed card to the board office staff before the item is heard. And for virtual attendees, you can use the raise hand function in Zoom or press *9 if you're dialing in. Our practice is to invite those who are here in person to speak first, followed by those who are on Zoom. To my colleagues, I encourage you to keep your mics muted until you're ready to speak. But if you are ready to speak, you can call my attention by raising your hand or turning on the red light on your mic. And Elaine, could we have the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Abecoga? Present. Arenas?
Here.
Present. Bozo? Burt? Present. Candelas? Absent. Cohen?
Here.
Present. Young? Present. Foley?
Here.
Present. Jane?
Here.
Present. Kamei? Absent. McAllister? Absent. Montano? Absent. Moore? Here. Moore present. Mulcahy?
Here.
Sell?
Here.
Turner?
Here.
Weinberg?
Here.
Thank you. Vice Chair Mahan? Absent. Chair Lopez?
Here.
Present. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thanks so much. And first we have orders of the day, item 1.2. And for the record, I want to mention that we added 2 closed session items to the agenda on Monday. And these addenda are at your place and in the public binder. Are there any changes requested from colleagues to the order today? No? And I don't see any changes from staff, so could I have a motion and a second? Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have any. So we'll move on to item 2, we don't have awards and commendations, so we'll go to 3, which is public comment. And this is the portion of the meeting reserved for persons desiring to address the board on an item within the board's jurisdiction, but not on the agenda. The law does not permit board action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda. And at this time, I'd like to encourage those who would like to address the board on public comment. I have a few cards, thank you. On matters not on the agenda, to please submit your speaker cards, or if you're online, raise your hand on Zoom, or if joining by phone, to press *9. We have, as is our usual practice, 30 minutes allocated for public comment on items not on the agenda. And ask any commenters anytime to please remember our code of conduct, which asks us to refrain from chanting, yelling, applauding, or booing. Each speaker will be given 1 minute from their remarks, and we'll adhere to these rules to hear from as many people as possible. And as I call your name, please start to line up in the order your name is called. First, we have James Wright, then Rob Means, then Raj Singh, followed by JP.
Welcome back, VTA. Yesterday I saw this lady in the restaurant. I just want to thank her for giving me a brownie, for paying for me. I want to appreciate all your hard work you do. Prague, Paul, and everybody in the call center. Everybody in the call center does a good job. Paul, Prague, everybody, does a good job. The strike, what we should have done was, when we went on strike, we should have replaced them. We should have got replacement bus drivers and light rail operators. And where are the contract negotiations going now?
Thanks so much. Rob Means, and then Raj Singh, JP, and Zach.
I suspect most of you realize that $5 billion needed to fund the $12 billion BART borough is not coming from the federal regime. But even before applying, VTA must find $1 billion in savings to balance the books. Now, staff has found $400 million that seems easy enough, but the next $100 million is more difficult and clearly much smaller. So the low probability of finding the other $500 million combined with your federal chances means that the funding of the BART borough is nearly impossible. Meanwhile, VTA is spending about $2 million per week on the project. Your fiduciary responsibility to taxpayers requires a reassessment of the project and likely abandonment. So let's talk about Plan B next time.
Raj, and then JP and Zach.
Good evening. I come before you today once again to talk about negotiations. But before I do that, I actually have a question. I saw that the closed session today's schedule does not have the ATU contract negotiations as part of that. Is there a reason why?
General Counsel, are we able to address any? Yeah, or Caroline. Go ahead. Just briefly.
So at the time when we had to get the agenda out, within the 72 hours, there had been no change on the contract offers that we had out there, and we hadn't received any other additional information. So that would have been Monday by 5 o'clock. We would have to know, 5:30. We would have had to have some change to put it on the agenda. Otherwise, we couldn't. Evelyn could explain the policy.
Yeah, I think we can leave it there for now. Go ahead and we can restart the time for comment.
All right, well, I would ask that the board have a discussion on our contract as hopefully the entire board is aware that the last contract offer that you guys presented was rejected by the membership. We actually notified the general manager's office, and we made that publicly known. And we also provided communication to the general manager's office that it was rejected. So I would ask that you guys go back into closed session and have a discussion on that. It's been well over a week since our workers have returned to work, but we don't have a contract in place. I would ask that for their sake, that we continue this dialogue. And I'm actually asking for a written communication from you guys as far as what the intent is. We sent out, again, an email to the general manager's office asking how they want to proceed forward. We've been told that they want to continue negotiations, but the only communication that we've gotten in the past week are 2 emails, and both of those emails have the same offers that have already been rejected. So I just want to make that very clear. The last offer was rejected.
Go ahead, JP and Zach. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name's John Pospashek. I'm here addressing an urgent issue. Our chief negotiator, Bob Escobar, assured us that the MOA, Memorandum of Agreement, would be signed upon return to work, and it is crucial that we uphold this commitment. One of the key components of this agreement is the protection of our members, which is essential for fostering a safe work environment. I am concerned about reports of VTA supervisors retaliating against employees by disposing of their personal belongings, including chairs, tools, also the removing chairs and tools, also the removing of overtime out of spite in departments that are below 50% fully staffed, not to mention the unprecedented presence of VTA sheriffs at all divisions is a perceived as direct intimidation. Signing this MOA would send a strong message that VTA does not condone such behavior. I urge the board to prioritize signing this MOA to protect our members and ATU as a whole from retaliation. Thank you.
All right, members of the board, today I want to address the importance of engaging in negotiations with the union ATU 265. After the recent court ruling that forced workers back to their jobs, we must recognize that ignoring the union's concerns is not suitable with the path forward. Our employees are the backbone of the organization, and their morale is crucial to our success. Refusing to negotiate not only risks further conflict, but also undermines the very foundation of our operations. Instead, let's seize the opportunity to rebuild and foster collaboration by opening a dialogue that would benefit everyone, including the community. Thank you for your time. Let's move forward.
Thank you very much. And before we go on, as unfortunately we can't at length comment on matters not on the agenda, but I do thank you for being here and understanding the urgency. What I would ask is if you can write down your availability to continue those discussions and give it to our staff. We'll make sure that staff is there and that we can get that scheduled. Thank you for coming here. With that, we'll go on to Harry Neal, and then we have Angelina Silva, and then Menomini Boyd. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly.
Good afternoon, board. I am coming here in the aftermath of the strike to say that, frankly, I am very disappointed. The strike should never have had to happen in the first place. It should never have been imposed on ATU that they felt like they needed to do that to get a good contract. And at the same time, ATU, I am sorry to say this, but I would hope that for negotiations, you can temper some of the expectations that you have. I'm deeply, deeply disappointed in both parties here because I expect better. We're not a New York MTA, we're not a London transport, but I expect us to at least have an attitude of a world-class transit system. Thank you.
Thank you. Angelina?
Hi, I'm not Angelina, I'm Menomini. the record. Good evening, board members. I stand before you today as an SEIU member and also a VTA employee of 17 years. I've been a part of this family 17 years. I'm here to advocate for those who form the backbone of our workforce, but who are also amongst the lowest paid employees at VTA. I got a little information from the Silicon Valley Pain Index. San Jose is the #1 most expensive large city in the nation. We also live in the least affordable metro area. We have the nation's most expensive monthly bills, and we live in the most expensive housing market. Only 20% of Santa Clara County households can afford the region's median home price, which is $1.4 million, which was an 11.9% increase year over year. Median rent is $3,200 monthly and climbing. Overall cost of living in San Jose is 81% higher than the national average. What we are being offered is low, abysmally low. An increase of anything less than 5% each year is just not enough to keep up with the pace of the cost of living in Santa Clara County. Housing, transportation, and basic necessities have surged far beyond wage growth. I urge the board to do the right thing and to approve a wage increase for SEIU no less than 5% over the 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next, and I apologize again if I'm mispronouncing this, Menomini Boyd. That's me. Oh, okay. And so is there an Angelina Silva? Okay, thank you. And then Brad Vollmer after that.
I've given VTA 23 years of my life. 20 of those years, I was a bus operator. I sacrificed being a mother. I sacrificed being a wife. On the front line, I've been physically assaulted, sexually assaulted, taken years of verbal abuse and gender discrimination. I battle myself every single day coming to work because I am forced to turn my back on my 4-year-old son with special needs that has a difficult time transitioning from home to daycare because I don't have the support needed from VTA management in order to take on this responsibility as a mother. These are the types of sacrifices we, the frontline workers, make in order to serve this community. No one should have to give up the work that they love doing because of the conditions in which they are working. I want you guys to imagine drowning, looking up, extending your hand for help, somebody looking at you and not giving you their hand to help pull you out. Please remember, each and every one of us are someone to somebody. Before putting a dollar amount or a percentage on our worth, remember our sacrifices for this community. This is the exact reasons why I have been fully committed, showed up when no one else did, and passionate about positive change here at VTA, and will continue to fight for change here at VTA. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Brad Vollmer, and then Yvette Simon, and Karina Medina. Thank you.
Where do I stand, right here or here? Okay, great. My name's Brad Vollmer. Clearly, you guys have some really big challenges ahead of you. One of the problems that I want to raise is, and I'm not sure you guys are aware of this, I represent a community of about 250 people that signed a petition near the Wisman Station train station regarding the massive noise increases that we've experienced since 2018. Last year, the VTA made a number of commitments to help reduce that noise, of which only a very few have been implemented to date. So I'd ask that you raise this with the VTA leadership and get their focus on actually delivering what they committed to. It was all written down in the Mountain View Voice. You guys can all go online and see what was committed to. And you know, Supervisor Koga, you were at those meetings. I'd ask that you get the VTA to deliver on their commitments. Thank you.
Thank you. Yvette, and then Karina.
Esteemed board members, it's a pleasure to see you all here. Good evening, and I'd like to represent SEIU Local 521, and I stand before you to address critical concerns regarding our ongoing contract negotiations. The 2023 California State Auditor's report highlighted that VTA is in relatively good standing and has been for the last 6 years. Revenues exceeding expenses, and maintaining significant reserves despite this VTA claims and inability to accommodate modest wage increases. Our members are deeply concerned about proposed takeaways, including the elimination of long-standing vacation cash-out payments options essential for emergencies, and changes to overtime calculations that would exclude certain conditions when combined with sick and vacation pay or leave. Furthermore, boy, that went fast. Thank you.
Thank you. Karina Medina.
Good evening. My name is Karina Medina. I currently serve as an ISR represented by ATU Local 265. I would like to take this opportunity tonight to address the board regarding my concerns since my return back to work after the 17-day-long strike. Since my return to work, I want the board to know that the overall atmosphere in the workspaces is very low, it's very dark, and it's very unmotivating. I can speak personally to this issue, having experienced the treatment I received during the peak of the 17 days I spent on the picket lines. On Saturday, March 22nd, I received multiple calls from family and friends regarding a video that was posted on the VTA social media website pages. That video was very degrading, unprofessional, intimidating, and a clear form of retaliation and workplace bullying. The video challenged my character and placed me and my family in immediate danger. Although VTA removed the video shortly after posting it, the damage was already done and many people have saved and shared it. My message tonight is I hope VTA can acknowledge the harm these recent events have caused, not just to themselves, but also the community and to us, your very own employees, once referred to as VTA family and heroes. Something needs to change, and I believe the path to recovery will truly begin when ATU 265 realizes that VTA genuinely cares about us and what we do. That recognition will ultimately come when we are given a fair and just contract. And with closing, I would like to serve these documents to Ms. Carolyn Gannot.
Thank you. We'll have staff take them. And do we have anyone online wishing to comment?
We do. Barney, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you. My name is Barney Smith, and I'm a licensed professional engineer for the record. I was out of town when the BSV Oversight Committee last met, so I missed the video. I hope that it can be posted soon. The meeting notes indicate that a discussion about the feasibility, cost savings, and potential challenges associated with the 34-foot diameter tunnel proposal and how it compares to the 45-foot tunnel design took place. It seems to indicate that the safer, cheaper to operate and maintain, and cheaper and faster to build twin bore design needs to be added to the discussion. Geld Zeidler's auditor presented that the current funding gap and its potential growth will unlikely be met by level 1 and level 2 cost savings. This means that the reassessment of this project configuration is critical. It is important to start this reconfiguration study and include the twin bore design as soon as possible. VTA could save $5 billion by using the twin bore design that is sitting on the shelf. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Roland. You may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Roland Brown. I'm an IBM retiree. IBM was founded in 1911 by a gentleman named Thomas J. Watson Sr., who was succeeded by son Thomas J. Watson Jr. in 1956. 5 years later, Thomas J. Watson Jr. was quoted as follows. This is one of IBM's quintessential quotes. We have always believed in IBM that our most important asset is our people. And so we have followed a basic principle of trying to hire, train, and keep the best possible people. This principle, along with the recognition of the dignity of every individual, is the backbone of IBM employee relations. Thank you.
H. Hernandez is next. You may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My thing is, you've heard enough about the contract. You've heard enough about what needs to be done. What I would like to see the board do is put some kind of, not penalty, but some kind of retro pay in the future, not now. You can put it now if you want, but we'd all appreciate that. But in the future, so that these deliberations of contract negotiations don't last a year. Your side, ATU side, gets into the room and they knock it out quick. And if it's not done in the year that, or the time that frame that it is, then there should be a penalty on either side. And that's just what I believe. That's not my teammates. That's not my co-workers. Because just dragging on these strikes and everything, everybody gets affected. People walk around with their head down at work. People on the bus afraid that the people are going to attack us or whatever. And the people, luckily the people that.
That concludes public comment, Chair.
Thanks so much. With that, we'll close public comment, and I thank everyone for coming and speaking today. We don't have any public hearings today under item 4, so we'll go on to item 5, which is reports. And first item is item 5.1, committee reports, and we have no reports for 5.1A, 5.1B, or 5.1C. The report for item 5.1D is in the packet, and so is the report for item 5.1E. Staff, do you have any public comment for reports?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, we'll close public comment and we'll go on to 5.2, which is the general manager report.
Good evening. So I just want to have a couple items tonight, and then most of the time will be focused on an important item, which would be Senate Bill 63. So let's go to the next item. So on transit service, as you know, we are back up and running for the buses. We were back on the road last Friday, 2 days after the Superior Court judge ruled in VTA's favor to bring striking ATU members back to work. But only the bus service was able to be returned. We knew we would have a longer period of time for light rail because inspections needed to be done on 42 miles of track and overhead lines. And usually, as our operators, light rail operators drive the system, they're able to see any thefts that might have occurred. And because we didn't have the operations at that time, we did a thorough inspection and actually saw an increased incidence of copper wire theft along the lines, which must be repaired before the trains could start again. But we at first opened up the orange line, and then the north part of the blue line, and then the blue line yesterday, and then the entire green line was online as well yesterday. So we have everything up and running as of today, and I want to thank all of the workers for actually helping support getting that up, and the managers for actually helping, continue to be able to work through those difficulties in getting light rail up and running. It was a long week, but I really want to thank our overhead line and wave power and signal staff for actually doing a lot of that work. Appreciate it. The next slide, I'm going to skip because we have a fairly long agenda. So, actually, I'll go back to the budget workshop. Just to let you know, we do have a budget workshop on Friday, April 25th at 9 a.m. This is for our biennial budget that is coming up. I would like to make sure that you're all able to attend. This session will provide an opportunity to review the agency's financial outlook, including projected revenues, expenditures, and any potential cuts, and with the goal of achieving a balanced budget while gathering feedback from the board. We will plan to adopt the budget in June this year. And let's go to the SB, the next item. That's perfect. Then on this one, finally, Senate Bill 63 was just publicly introduced last week by Senators Wiener and Arreguín. It authorized a regional funding measure for public transit in the Bay Area, potentially appearing as a sales tax in San Francisco, Contra Costa, and Alameda counties, with an option for San Mateo and Santa Clara counties to join by July 31st, 2025. As we move into 5.2A, which is the Government Affairs Report, I'm going to, both myself, Beverly, Aaron, will provide a summary of the bill and the activities requiring consideration by the VTA board, but we will actually have more discussions as that goes, and that concludes the report for the general managers, but I'm just going to turn it over to Beverly Green, our Chief Communication Affairs Officer, and Aaron Quigley, our Senior Policy Analyst, to discuss, just give a summary of the bill and some of the considerations coming up. And then we'll turn it over to the chair.
Good evening, Board. As the General Manager has said, just wanted to give you an update on the latest iteration of a regional measure. And let me first of all say that obviously we want all transit to thrive in the Bay Area, and we appreciate the state senators' efforts to protect our peer agencies from devastating cuts. SB 63 authorizes a 10 to 15-year regional public transportation operations sales tax on the November 2026 ballot in specified Bay Area counties to provide critical funding for transit agencies with major operation shortfalls. It sets ironclad requirements on how funding from the regional measure could be distributed. It also includes accountability measures to improve financial efficiency and regional coordination for the transit operators receiving funding through the regional funding measure. The bill authorizes this measure, and it will be, it's a special district with voter initiative authority consisting of, at minimum, 3 counties, Alameda, Contra Costa, and San Francisco. It specifies that the counties of San Mateo and Santa Clara may opt into the measure by July 31st. The opt-in of one or both of these counties would entail the entirety of one or both of the counties, respectively, being included within the geography of the Regional Transportation Revenue Measure District, or the TRMD, that is established for the purposes of collecting and distributing revenues generated. It requires that specific operations expenditures to be informed by the Transit Operations Financial Responsibility and Implementation Plan, or the TFRIP, that outlines target contributions to transit operators with major funding needs, BART, Muni, Caltrain, AC Transit, as well as transit transformation. Revenues not needed to fulfill these target contributions would return to the counties participating in this measure. It sets, again, ironclad requirements on how revenues should be distributed.
Can we turn to move the slides?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
Sorry. Okay, we're on number 4. My apologies. July 31st. Okay. And actually, we can go to the next slide. I also want to acknowledge that Santa Clara County has previously gone on record supporting an approach that supports our own transit service and our peers' operations through a separate county measure. It would be administered by VTA according to amendments to funding and governance arrangements with the peer agencies we will fund. We will continue to work with Caltrain and our JPB partners in understanding the deficit forecasted by Caltrain as their operating costs have increased and their fares have not come back at the levels pre-pandemic. It's encouraging to see ridership growing with the new electrified service, yet VTA wants to understand the variables affecting the deficit, and VTA wants to have amended existing agreements that clearly define each party's responsibility. With that said, the TFRIP deadlines are something we cannot support as applied to counties that have not yet opted in. VTA has financial challenges of its own on the horizon, and we do not have certainty on a new funding mechanism for additional revenues to support Caltrain and other regional initiatives. While VTA is committed to seek new funds for our peers, we cannot speak before our voters have been engaged and a local consensus in Santa Clara is set. Making specific funding level commitments before a new funding source in Santa Clara is studied, including polling, is ill-advised. Next slide. Is that the slide? Okay, going forward, VTA is committed to analyzing SB 63 and working with the authors, our MTC commissioners and staff, our county funding partners in the Caltrain corridor, and the CMAs. We will work to clarify our role in the development of funding plans and continue to evaluate options for Caltrain funding. Staff will support and engage our county's MTC commissioners, along with the chair, to work toward having a thriving regional transit system while balancing VTA's needs for financial sustainability and long-term growth. And that concludes my part of the presentations. And we are open for any comments or questions.
Yeah, I just want to say there's been a lot of movement this week. I will thank Ryan. I know I asked his last name, how to say his last name. I don't want to butcher it. Motoshemi, he actually has spent a lot of time this week talking to the Bay Area general managers at a meeting on Monday, on Tuesday with the county transportation planning heads, which is the commissions, but we're that for as well. So I was at that meeting on Tuesday. We had a meeting today specifically with VTA, with Ryan, who's been very much helping write the bill and participating and talking to the advocates and others throughout the region to try to pull this bill together. So we've had a lot of conversations about it, so he understands some of our concerns, but we definitely need some coordinated efforts, both with the Caltrain directors that we have and the MTC commissioners, in getting some clarity on exactly what is the obligation that we have with Caltrain and how we might potentially fund that. I know San Mateo County is looking at that as well, but it's very important for us to be able to do that. The second thing is that when it comes to BART, I think they have, everything that it has pointed to in the past has been that with the BART agreement that we have currently, that would continue to hold, and they're not looking at us to put in additional funding into that. So really, the partners are more with, are really, because we actually sort of have a firewall as to what we have to pay for in our extension. So in our case, we're really looking at the Caltrain obligation that we may have. And it's also, I've made it very clear that we're nervous about anything that would be, increase. We have to balance. We don't want to cut service at VTA to make sure that everybody has service elsewhere in the region. And so that's a big concern for us. We have to balance that because most of the funding that would come from Caltrain right now would come out of our transit operating funds. And so that would be a very large concern for us to start to meet those goals. So I'm going to turn it over to the chair because I know others want to speak.
Yeah, and let's just briefly take public comment on any of the items under 5.2 if there is any.
Yes, online, Jordan, followed by Eugene. Jordan, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, Jordan Moldow, City of San Jose. First, I wanted to address something that's in the written report, which is the $2 billion budget request for transportation in the Bay Area and in SoCal. I would strongly urge the board and the staff to support this budget proposal. It's being supported by the California Transit Association, Bay Area Council, BART, Samtrans, Caltrain, and a lot of other agencies. I really think VTA should also step in and advocate for the state spending more money on public transportation. Second, on SB 63, I hope that VTA will continue to be involved in that ongoing process and negotiating with Senator Wiener to make that bill as good as it can be. I think there are strong advantages to us being part of a regional effort and just doing one campaign to get voters as opposed to trying to do our own thing at the same time. So please consider that. Thank you.
Eugene, you may begin speaking when ready.
Evening, board members and staff. Eugene Bradley, Silicon Valley Transit users. I echo all of Jordan's comments. Just provide some of the thing about, recall during the tragedy of May 26, 2021 and the aftermath, many of these same agencies such as Muni, Sam Trans, AC Transit sent buses over to help us out when our drivers were grieving from the horror of that day. The fact that VTA needs to help out with these efforts at least shows that it's like a thanks to these agencies who themselves now need our help. Also, just as a final, and while I'm grateful that Boston Light Rail Service is back, it still concerns me that negotiations with ATU 265 have taken this long. So I'm wondering how often are negotiators between both parties rotated? Because it seems there needs to be some different perspectives out there in order to get a deal formally approved. Thank you.
Adina, you may begin speaking when ready.
Good evening, board members. Adina Levin with Friends of Caltrain and Seamless Bay Area. Speaking on the funding issue, I wanted to echo the previous speaker who's encouraged support for the state budget ask. That would help to keep transit running while the region and individual agencies are working on regional and local solutions. It's going to take a puzzle with regional and state and local pieces to keep transit running and continuing to improve. We're out, talking to a lot of transit riders, and that's something that people overall want. People use multiple agencies and just want to get to where they're going. On the topic of SB 63, I was really glad to see earlier Santa Clara County step up and say we're going to make our commitments to BART and
April, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, my name's April Webster. I'm a resident of Mountain View, and I have actually used transit services before. I had a major operation and I couldn't actually use my car to get around to physical therapy, to get groceries, and I relied on VTA's transit system as well as Mountain View shuttle system to get to and from places, and it's just so important when you can't use a vehicle. And to be honest, I prefer not to use my vehicle and to get around using transit and walking. I'm from Vancouver, Canada, and I spent a decade rarely using my car to get around town, and it was so freeing, so refreshing. I spent so much time reading on the bus. I rarely read now, but I also just want to echo what Adina said in terms of, continuing to support transportation and continuing to fund it. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
We have one more speaker. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you again, Chair Lopez. So what I would like to do is to attract your attention to item 6.14 on consent, specifically the 2000 Measure A semi-annual report, December 2024, figure 1-1 on page 1-6 of the report. Specifically, line 6, which lists increasing Caltrain service. And line 14, which says fund operating and maintenance costs for increased bus, rail, and paratransit services. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Chair.
Thanks so much. So we'll now go to any questions or comments from colleagues. I just want to emphasize with this item, and I appreciate very much the public speakers and understand in concept the importance of just making sure Bay Area has a strong and sustainable transit system. And at the same time, in terms of looking at specific legislation and language, making sure that we can protect the service that we have and that we fought for here in Santa Clara County. And so what I'd like to express is the urgency and the priority of the work that's going on here. I appreciate all the work that staff has done. And as chair, I'll be looking at any and all options we have on the table in terms of just making sure that we have the sustained focus and attention, that we're using all the resources at our disposal, including board members, our MTC commissioners, other legislative allies, and others, so that we're at the table and helping drive these discussions and better able to be to participate in those regional discussions. And that could include the formation of an ad hoc committee. I think we'll be looking at that. We'll be looking, I think, at other structures to figure out what is going to work best. But my commitment is to make sure that we're moving forward with the appropriate urgency. And with that said, I'll see if there are any comments from colleagues on this. Yes, Director Abacoga, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I wanted to just add some comments regarding the SB 63, the regional measure, specifically in regards to Caltrain and coming up with our I guess I'd call it our fair share. Should we need to look at member contributions? The Caltrain board chair, Steve Heminger, appointed an ad hoc committee, and it's tied also with the issue of governance and revisiting some of the items that were left to be determined from the previous discussions and deliberations on governance. But we included in that is this the work to be done in terms of what our member contributions should be. So at the MTC board meeting, commission meeting, when we talked about SB 63, that was the consensus from the commission that they would leave Caltrain and its member agencies to be able to come up with what that formula is, because it's not just the number. So originally it was supposed to be an auditor, an independent auditor who would come up with the numbers, but in light of just the many other issues involved, the commission agreed to have Caltrain and figure out what those contributions should be. So I wanted to maybe ask the chair, as I begin my engagement in this ad hoc committee, I will be seeking guidance from the board. And so one county has appointed an ad hoc committee specifically for Caltrain governance. The other county has delegated it to the entire board to provide guidance. So I would just ask you, Chair, for your decision on what would be best moving forward as I seek guidance on steps.
Thank you. And I'll just say briefly, we'll have that discussion in the next week, if not sooner, and figure out what makes the most sense for the outcomes we're looking for.
Great, thank you. And then regarding the TFRIP, I'll say at the commission meeting, it was actually very confusing. We got the language for the legislation the night before. We did not have much time at all to analyze it, and we were asked to take a position. And so thanks to the mayor who really asked a lot, well, and both Commissioner Burt too, but a lot of questions. Our concern as a potential opt-in agency was, what is our obligation to the TFRIP? Because if we opt out of the measure, then we didn't feel that we needed to be a part of the TFRIP. And the final motion that the mayor made, I believe, captured the essence of that. So I think we are in agreement, and I supported the motion as a result, but I just wanted to clarify that in case there was any still confusion because it took a while for us to figure out what we were voting on. Thanks.
Thanks, Vice Chair Mahan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Appreciate your earlier comments and those of Director Abekoga, and thank you for the update, Beverly. Yes, that was kind of a tortured motion at MTC, but I think we got our point across, and I appreciate Director Burt's advocacy there on behalf of our county as well. We have made progress for those members who are newer to the board or haven't been as close to this big discussion we're having about how we're going to address the fiscal cliff facing many of our transit agencies, particularly those of regional importance, BART and Caltrain, that certainly impact our county. We've made a lot of progress on core principles we care about here in our county: return to source, our ability to opt into a measure, not be opted in without our consent, things like that. So we are making progress. I think to Commissioner or Director Abekoga, I forget which board we're on here, to Director Abekoga's comments, there's still some concern. I think our motion made clear that of MTC, but it goes back to the state now, that we need the flexibility to be able to negotiate within the JPA for Caltrain specifically and figure out what our fair contribution is. And the reason I think that flexibility and direct sort of control over that discussion, or at least direct participation, is so important is there are a lot of different issues floating around just when it comes to Caltrain, whether it's governance issues or how we handle the Gilroy operating segment. As our friends to the south will be aware, what does fair share really mean? And I think we need to be able to negotiate those out holistically and come forward with something that makes sense. That being said, I do think that we need to be a bit more proactive as an agency. Now I'm speaking from the VTA standpoint here. Our window for deciding if we want to opt into this regional measure is very short. We still should be open-minded to that path. We have been discussing going it alone and doing our own measure. I think the strike has probably slowed down how quickly we are out there doing research and understanding where the community is on this, and may impact what the community thinks about our own measure. And so, Beverly, I guess my question to you is, where are we on timing for doing some polling, understanding how our community feels about resources, and how do you see that fitting in with this very short time frame to decide if we want to participate in any way, because we have discretion here, in a regional measure?
So there are a number of factors affecting the polling, and that's partly why we put it on hold. There are some other larger economic things that are going on nationally. I think, if you've been looking at how people are reacting to different decisions that are being made in Washington, D.C. So we don't have a date. We're going to look at when the right time will be. Just right now, there's a lot of people are unsettled, which is a problem for the timing of this TFRIP for us to get in. So we'll see. There might be time to do it before the end of April. Again, there are a number of factors that surround VTA, and also just in general how people are feeling. I think you've seen the polling. People are generally have not generally been interested in additional taxes. The polling has been lower that we've seen. So I spoke to the pollster today, and we will look at the right timing to see if things can clear out enough so that we can get some clear focus on what we need to do at VTA.
Okay, I guess I would just offer this for my board colleagues, and I'll maybe throw this back to you, Beverly and Carolyn. I think there are two things we need to start to get our heads around pretty quickly, and the board needs to have enough information to make good decisions and be able to help guide the agency strategically here. One is this notion of fair share. What is our responsibility? What do we think is fair and right, and our responsibility to Caltrain. I think we've decided the BART contract, we're not too worried about our agreement there. We think that they have no desire to reopen it because we're probably overpaying. Okay, so Caltrain's really what's at issue here. We need to be very clear and proactive about what, and I know there's conversations happening, but if it's AM boardings, PM boardings, total boardings, what does this mean for Gilroy? What else is our position on governance? Let's just get that out clearly. What is our proposal, or how would we propose that all of the agencies here come to some understanding of what our fair share contribution is and what is the cost of that? We need to start understanding that. And then in parallel, we need some informed way, whether it's polling or not, to know if we might actually be better off going out for a marginal increase as part of a regional measure where actually the other counties are polling better than we are. They might ironically help us get over the line if we want to do a little more to be able to meet our obligation to Caltrain. But we're going to miss that window of opportunity if we don't pretty quickly figure out what is our fair share. And does it make sense to maybe do that and wait on doing our own measure for a few years, because we're not under the gun to do our renewal right now. Our measure doesn't expire until 36. But something very modest may make sense as part of a regional measure if it helps us meet our obligation to Caltrain without cutting bus service, because that's our big concern. We want to help Caltrain, but not at the expense of bus service for our residents here in the county. So I'm worried we're going to miss our window of opportunity and not give the board the ability to actually weigh in a meaningful way if we don't very quickly get some of those answers. So anyway, I know we're talking about offline, but we only come together once a month as a board. So my proposal, I don't know if we need an action here or not, but would be that by the next board meeting, we have firmer answers to both of these questions for the benefit of the board, so we can maybe give some guidance to the agency on how we're going to proceed. Does that, Chair, seem reasonable? And I don't know if you want a motion or not, but I wanted to express that for everybody's benefit.
I would certainly support that. I'm not sure if we need a motion, but I will let our general manager weigh in.
I just want to actually add some context to what Mayor Mahan had said, or the Vice Chair. One of the things is that there is an assumption that the base sales tax for those agencies that are in at Alameda, Contra Costa, and San Francisco would be a half cent, with San Francisco having the ability to go up to the full penny. Now, for other agencies like ourselves or San Mateo, we could opt in at lower amounts, such as 1 cent sales tax, and then meet our up. And so that is one of the things that we would look at. We don't have to go out for a half-cent sales tax like the other counties do. We can go for a lower amount. That would be one of the parts of the analysis that we would be looking at is do we go in just for the Caltrain, and then the rest of it gets returned to source, because we raise a lot more in an 1/8 cent than a lot of other counties do in the region.
Thank you. And I will just add to this discussion as well that I understand the the discussions we had about holding off for some time on polling, which I think made sense given the state of things. But at a certain point, given the short time frame, that just is the state of things, and I don't think we should forego the opportunity to do some more research. So we'll have that discussion. I do support bringing that back for action. I think the directions, the feedback's pretty clear without a motion. I'll go to.
Chair, could I just add one other thing very quickly, so
Yeah,
you don't have to come back to me? And sorry, Director Burt, just very quickly. There was one other item in the government affairs report that I just want to briefly comment on. I don't hear it updated verbally, but I saw it in the report. AB 1237, McKinner, we were added to the bill, which would authorize VTA to add a surcharge to tickets for World Cup and March Madness to help cover transit operations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we were talking last month about, do we do some kind of World Cup pass or something? I think I threw out there. So that's interesting. I just learned about this. I would encourage us, that it's good to have that option, it seems to me. This is a good thing, because we need to be able to recover the cost of those increased services and security costs and all the rest. It would be good for us, though, to be in communication with the Bay Area Host Committee, with SAP Center and Shark Sports and Entertainment, and other operators and partners FIFA, if they're responsive, just because I know historically these surcharges have also been a source of angst for them and figuring out how we right-size them and both meet our needs, but be good partners to others who want to sell tickets and fill venues is something we should just start to understand how we would structure that in a way that's going to work and be fair for everyone. So I just wanted to flag that because we talked about it last month. Thanks, Chair.
And I appreciate that comment. I will share for the board and the public's benefit that a few minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, signed on to a letter to the legislature expressing our position on that. So just given the short time frame for legislation, but so I appreciate Beverly prioritizing that. Let's go to Director Burt, please.
Yeah, thank you. So first, I'd like to support the comments by Directors Abe-Koga and Mahan, and then offer a little bit of additional framing for our consideration over the next month or two. The report we had tonight about where we stand, the position that we've taken as an organization, was the position we took last year in response to the bill that was there last year. And we had certain problems that I'd boil down to: one, the return to source; second, language in the bill that was driving agency consolidation, potentially against their will; and then third, the chance of passage of a regional measure. Those three important reservations we have seem to have changed to some degree so far, in ways that I think that we want to be open-minded to looking at SB 63, depending on what additional clarifications or modifications we might be able to negotiate. The return to source is looking more positive. There are still some open issues. The consolidation language is removed. And that was an important issue to Caltrain as well. The chance of passage is still poor for a agency-led initiative that requires 2/3, but MTC has been discussing openly about leaning toward a citizen-led initiative that apparently the Bay Area Council has indicated an interest in being the leader of that citizen initiative, which would then be a 50% support. Conversely, when we were looking at the alternative and would still be looking at a future extension of Measure A, we have always led as an agency on it, requiring a 2/3 majority, and narrowly, generally, passed those with great campaign efforts that were led by the Silicon Valley Leadership Group in coordination with our agencies. They're not doing that anymore. So if we're putting our bet on that we're going to be able to go forward with our own Measure A extension in the near term, we have a higher hurdle to go over to do that. If we were satisfied with the changes on SB 63, those dollars would potentially be additive to us extending Measure A at a subsequent ballot, not in lieu of. And last year we were kind of looking at an either or. So given our financial needs, from declining sales tax revenue to increased costs and projected deficits as an organization, and the prospect of having to further scale back service rather than restore service, the notion of being able to have significant funding from a regional measure and then subsequently extend Measure A is something that I think we'll want to consider very carefully. I also want to just mention the other state budget proposal by two legislators to give statewide $2 billion to transit operations. That concept is really as a bridging funding, so that before revenue from this 2026 measure would kick in, the agencies wouldn't go into that crisis mode. In the last state version of that, we were told today at Caltrain, the Bay Area got about 38% of those funds. So that's pretty significant. It doesn't solve the problems that the regional measure needs to solve, but it would really help get that, that bridge there. I do want to just note on the, and Mayor Mahan brought up at MTC a concern over BART issues, and I'd still like to keep that open for discussion, because basically we locked ourselves into an obligation to make up for revenue shortfalls from ridership that may or may not have been a good deal when that deal was struck. But now, with the changes in ridership post-COVID, that's compounded that problem. And the compounding of the problem, that's the very same problem that BART is trying to deal with and Caltrain's trying to deal with through the regional measure. And we should share in some of that benefit, in my mind, from the subsidy that's necessary because of the fundamental changes in fixed rail ridership. I don't know how that would work out, but I don't want to remove it from the table. And then lastly, Director Abe Koga alluded to the Caltrain Ad Hoc Committee that was focused on governance, but as she stated, the governance issues are somewhat intertwined with the share of funding from each of the three partner agencies. And this bill has a July 31st deadline for that proportionate funding for Caltrain to be resolved. The resolution of the governance issues are not necessarily on the same timeline. So we've got a bit of a problem there. I assume that it's going to light a fire under that committee. We'll see what comes out of that, but that's another ball in the air. So those are my thoughts, and I really think that we want to be open-minded now. We don't have enough information to make our decision, but it may very well be that participating would be in our interest, and I just want us to be very open to that consideration.
Absolutely. So I think any other comments or questions first off? No, if not, it sounds like to me, yeah, go ahead, Director Cohen.
Just since we were on the topic of state legislation, I think given the recent experiences that we've had, and I know we've had this experience over time as well, AB 1218 is a bill that would increase penalties and also improve the ability to enforce and hold buyers accountable for copper wire theft. And so I think that it might be good for VTA to take a position of supporting that bill as well.
Thank you. So I think the direction is clear. Does staff have just briefly any comments that they'd like to make?
I will just say, with respect to AB 1237, there's urgency moving on that bill, which is why we had to bring that letter to you that has to do with the beginning of the ticket sales for those events. And so we had a call with LA Metro today. They are also on that legislation, and there will be, this will be heard in the Assembly Transportation Committee on Monday. And so our lobbyists will be there on our behalf.
Thanks much. And I'll just reiterate for my fellow board members and MTC commissioners, I really appreciate the comments, and we'll move with urgency on this and get something scheduled. I appreciate it. With that concludes item 5.2. And that brings us to 5.3. And thank you, staff, for the presentation. This is the chairperson's report. I want to be pretty brief and just acknowledge the deep impact of the strike, just everything that our agency has been through, ongoing, that is still impacting, and understanding the cultural, the challenges that come along with that. I had plenty of conversations with both people frustrated that we weren't running the buses and services, as well as with workers who were out there advocating. And I continue to welcome those discussions, and for us to be challenged where we can do better, but I do want to urge as strongly as possible just reiterate what I've expressed and will continue to, the urgency I feel in continuing the discussions, so that there is something for the board to look at. And my commitment throughout this has been the same, that when that occurs, I know the board is ready to act as needed. So really urge, I know email is not always the best place to have some of these discussions, really urge those discussions to continue, and appreciate very much everyone who spoke and earlier today and presented us with the reality of what we're facing and our agency is facing. And now to move on to another note, I do want to share with my fellow board members a little bit about the 2016 Measure B Citizens Oversight Committee. This is a community committee that plays a vital role in overseeing the expenditure of 2016 Measure B funds. The reason we're highlighting this month is because we have 4 vacancies on the committee, and VTA is looking for individuals with specific expertise and a commitment to public service. So those of you who may have community members who always have ideas about transit projects or pedestrian bike lanes, other projects, we encourage you to reach out, connect them with staff if you know anyone in your networks and communities. And I know staff will, if they haven't already, they'll send out the committee information with an application link that should be easily forwarded. So I encourage also my colleagues to include that information in any community newsletters as well, and if needed, to work with staff on that. And with that, that's my chair report. I just want to see if we have any requests for public comment on item 5.3. No? Okay. That'll conclude our item, and that brings us to item 6, which is the consent agenda, item 6.1 through 6.20. First, members of the public who'd like to address the board on an item on consent. Well, I'll just go to our staff. Do we have any members of the public wishing to speak in person or online?
Online, Chair.
Yeah.
We do have. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Chair. So once again, I'd like to take this opportunity to point you to the 2000 Measure A report under item 6.14, figure 1.1 on page 1.6 of the report, which reveals a $2 billion discrepancy between the actual cost of the park extension and the cost being reported to this board, the park board, NPC, and the FDA. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. Chair.
Thank you. Close public comment. And first, I'll see if there's any colleagues who would like to pull an item off consent or add an item to the consent agenda. Yes, Director Abacoga.
Thank you, Chair. I want to try to avoid pulling an item, but did have some comments and possibly some additional language. And this is for item 6.5 regarding the RFPs for transit-oriented development projects at the Great Mall Transit Center and River Oaks. I very much appreciate the work that we're doing in providing building more affordable housing opportunities. An area of interest has been trying to provide opportunities for our own VTA employees in these affordable housing projects. And with Measure A funds, challenges that our employees, some of them make above the average median income qualification. And so there is a need, I believe, in providing more like missing middle income level of projects or units. And so I was hoping that we could include language in this item that would be with the authorization to issue 2 requests of proposals for transit-oriented development projects at the Great Mall Transit Center and a portion of River Oaks Administrative Campus. We would include language in the RFP encouraging developers to propose housing that supports the VTA workforce while preventing any conflicts with fair housing laws. And that can be done in terms of like with design and the type of product to be able to provide for that income level. So if I could have language, and I know Jesse might have better language than mine, but if we could include that, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
And I appreciate that very much. I just want to check with our general counsel. If we're adding language, do we need to take it off consent?
We don't need to. We
Okay.
can just move forward with that as part of the, if we can add it in, and then we can just take it all together as the consent item.
Okay, so let's hear from staff, please. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we're happy to receive that recommendation, and we've done a little bit of drafting on our RFP to include language that would target VTA workforce for employee housing at the location, making sure we're not tripping up fair housing law or local preference policies that would allow us to do so.
Great, thank you.
And do we need that included as a motion, or is that clear with that, the recommendation?
Would you be okay with us just taking that under advisement and having that put in? And then we
Yes,
just move
that
it?
would be fine.
Can we just move it?
Great.
So-
Thank you so much. Thanks for your leadership. Definitely fully support that. I appreciate your bringing that up. Director Mahan?
Thanks. Just since we pulled the RFP, I thought I'd comment on it as well. I support Director Abekoga's direction there, or her motion, and agree we should focus on also including workforce housing. So Jesse and the team, thanks for the work you've done on the RFP. I wanted to know if you could share why we are not putting up the entire campus in the RFP.
So one of the reasons why we are offering up a smaller portion, or 2 to 3 acres of the total 17.7 acres available at the campus, is market conditions. If we believe if we were to release the whole site at this time, we would not receive optimum revenue with a proposal on the entire site. And the reason being is both the commercial and market rate housing markets are depressed at this time. And so we are sectioning off and forwarding the affordable housing opportunity on the site, because we know that there are funds and sources available for that. And so we're proceeding now at this time with what we know works in the marketplace.
Yeah, and then it makes sense. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I get the market situation, though. I'm hopeful it's changing. We now have Figure AI in North San Jose. We're seeing some growth and signs of life there, which is exciting. What's the density we are looking for on the part that you are RFPing?
All of our sites are a minimum of 75 DUs per acre, but we see that as a minimum, meaning we'd accept gladly anything well above that. So we do anticipate on this site that we're releasing roughly 2 to 2.2 acres for development, and the remaining acreage is going to be preserved for park alongside the Guadalupe River Trail. An extension of the park, if you're familiar with the site to the north, down along the western portion of our site. So we are anticipating a 200+ unit project that would be proposed on our 2 to 2.2 acre development pad.
So about 100 units to the acre, you think?
That's right.
Okay. I hope that for the overall site, we can get greater density. You're waiting for market conditions to be more favorable for that, it sounds like.
Yes, and we do have a fit test that was done that analyzes what's possible on the site. And so we know what is possible, and also the city of San Jose has included this site in its housing element. So it's targeting significant densities at this location, which we are, of course, very much in support of.
That's why I'm asking. And I appreciate you including our local preference policy as well. Given the size of the site and that you essentially have a large rectangle there, have you approached folks like Cloud Apartments or others who are starting to move forward projects like down in LA that are prefab modular, where the cost of construction is lower and they can go 5-6 stories and actually potentially could pencil in these market conditions?
Thank you. That's a good recommendation. We'll reach out to them. For the case of releasing the RFPs, should we receive an approval through your action, we need to go through the state clearinghouse. We are exempt from the Surplus Land Act, but we still are required to market or release the opportunity through their state clearinghouse. But we'll take note of the developer that you recommend we reach out to.
Great, and others like it, not necessarily that one in particular, but great, we can follow up offline as well. I appreciate that. So final comment, I really appreciate that you're thinking about how to extend the Riverview Park south along the river there. I think that's a wonderful community amenity and a really good thing. The other thing I wanted to flag is that intersection of North First and River Oaks Place feels to me at the moment like one of the best places in North San Jose to do some placemaking with public space, with retail. It's mixed use. So I hope that as we think about the interface with the River Oaks, the kind of northern part of the site, that we're taking into account the opportunity for wider sidewalks, more public space, because, and I'll let Councilmember Cohen, I'm sure he wants to comment on this, as his district, so we both represent these folks, but there's just not as much placemaking in many of these areas, and this is a unique opportunity, and I just hope we'll kind of think about, as we do the full site, how to create more public space in that mixed-use environment that's a little more walkable and where people have a gathering place, essentially.
One of the things that I know Director Cohen is well aware of, but maybe not the entire board, this site was a part of the Golden Shovel competition, and that was a competition between Cal Berkeley and Stanford on envisioning what should happen long-term on this site, and we agree with their assessment that there's some really great placemaking opportunities at this corner.
That's great to hear. I was not aware of that, but that's awesome. Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I support the moving this forward. Thank you.
Yeah, just because we always want to avoid giving our general counsel any more heartburn, I will pull the item at this point. I appreciate the discussion. Let's continue. So we'll just go out of sequence and just stay on this item for now. So let's go to Director Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. And you've already kind of raised some of the points I was going to bring up. Obviously, I consider this site to be the most important development site in North San Jose for what we want North First Street to be. And that Golden Shovel project really did show the possibilities there. Obviously, because of the mixed use, it won't be much higher overall density than 75 an acre because there's a large potential for other types of spaces. We're talking about community spaces, office spaces, commercial, retail, with a Paseo down from the corner. There's all this. The final development proposals from these projects from Stanford and Berkeley really were incredible looking. And so the only question I was going to ask now is, given that we're piecemealing this and not putting it out all together, is just to ask one more time for a confirmation that whoever comes forward and wins this RFP will get a full understanding of what the overall site vision is, so that what they do fits in and doesn't become difficult to work into the overall site.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that we will share through the proposal process is the fit test that has been done by our architects from our on-call to help us think through what's possible for the site. And we can also share additional information that was created by the two design teams that were part of the Golden Shovel. We can share that via Q&A throughout the RFP process, that they have that vision as well.
And it was that design from the Golden Shovel project that sort of cemented that idea that we will have a ribbon of parkland along Guadalupe River that goes behind the property there, that connects with the other parks, and potentially will drive other developments that happen north and south of it over time. So, but anyway, thank you for that.
And our RFP language does very much highlight the desire to continue the park along that edge and preserve the opportunity.
Thanks so much. I don't see any other director comments.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll
go ahead.
go ahead and I'll move the approval of this item, since we're pulling it as a separate item.
Sure. Well, we'll take a motion, then we still have another comment. Director Abacoga, second. Thanks. Yeah, Director Sell.
I just have a quick comment. So Mayor Montano is in our group of Santa Clara and Milpitas and Sunnyvale. And so she was in our, we met with her, and her input to staff was to have more senior housing, and you were able to incorporate that for the Milpitas. So just wanted to thank you on behalf of Mayor Montano.
Yep, we are listening, and we've applied the guidance from Mayor Montano.
Thank you. And thank you very much, staff, for the comments. We technically didn't take public comment on this item, so let's do public comment. And I have Harry Neal for this item.
Hello, in a much more jovial mood now. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I am very happy to see that, as Mayor Mahan noted, that the site will be seeing at least around 100 units per acre as of right now. Great, good, definitely better than the kind of lacking that we've seen in a lot of other places. I know that there's a development right next to the Berryessa BART station that's much lower density than that, so I'm glad to see that it's not a trend and it's just a one-off. There's also some other things that may also be worth looking at through collaboration through your guys' work and the city level in seeing if there are any sort of mandated costs that the cities impose on developers that could be reduced to make things more viable, specifically things like urban design guidelines that mandate certain features that add costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other public comment for this item?
There are no hands raised, Chair.
Okay. I'll bring it back. We do have a motion and a second. I'm also thrilled about this and going to be more supportive of the ideas from Director Abakoga. I will just add that River Oaks is home to one of my hot yoga locations, and so I look forward to the revitalization of that area continuing. But really excited for this. With that said, can we have the roll for the motion in a second? Cohen and Abakoga. We can do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Great, that item passes. Thank you so much. So now I'll bring us back to the consent agenda, which now is 6.1 through 6.4 and 6.6 through 6.20. Thank you.
Second.
A second. We already took public comment. We already did discussion. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That consent item passes. I appreciate staff. That brings us to the regular agenda, which is 7.1, and this is to authorize the general manager and CEO and the deputy general manager and/or the deputy general manager to purchase the extended builder's risk insurance coverage for BSV Phase 2 for concrete package 2 at a cost not to exceed $6 million, $83,488. And we'll hear from McGuire and Joe Eck.
Okay, good evening, directors. I'm just going to introduce the item, and Jill Eck will give the presentation. I want to introduce Jill as well, who I don't think she's spoken before this committee. Jill is the enterprise risk manager for VTA. She has over 30 years of experience in the insurance industry, focusing on enterprise risk management and claims. More than half of that is with public entities nationwide, and most recently she spent 6 years managing risk and claims for 29 cities here in the Bay Area. And her presentation today is part of a larger effort that we're doing to manage risks and costs for BSV2. We're currently hiring an in-house claims program manager for BSV2, and that person will be dedicated to overseeing all claims management for any claims that arise from project activities. And again, this is in keeping with both our effort to bring some of the most important decision-making positions in-house at VTA for BSV2, and it's also a piece of taking a more portfolio and project-wide approach to risk management as opposed to expecting our contractors to ensure their own work on a piecemeal basis. So with that, I will hand the mic to Jill.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening, directors. As mentioned, I'm here to present item 7.1. Action request is to authorize the general manager, CEO, and/or the deputy general manager to purchase the extended builder's risk insurance for VTA's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 project, specifically for contract package 2 at a cost not to exceed $6,083,488. Which takes us to the builder's risk discussion. So the builder's risk is an insurance policy that VTA is contractually obligated to provide based on project packages that have been awarded. This particular policy was already approved by the board in 2022 for an initial policy term starting March 24th of 2023. So with that initial 1-year, 9-month term ending, we are at a place to need to extend that. And also with the award of contract package 2 for the West Portal launch structure, that's what's prompted us to procure this next round of insurance, if you will. So we're trying to right-size this to the work that's being awarded by the board as it's being awarded and not pay for anything extra. We're making great efforts to right-size the insurance to the activity and only pay for what we need. And we can always buy more later, even during this policy term, if any additional contract packages get awarded. So that takes us to, what is builder's risk? What does it cover? It's a type of business insurance that protects the property on construction sites from a variety of situations that could lead to accidental loss or damage to our property. And our property includes the actual structure, right? Right now it'll be the launch structure, in the future it'll be the tunnel and track work. So this is going to be a policy that's going to be extended and continue through the entire duration of the project, but we're taking it in bite-sized increments, as I mentioned, in cadence with what's being awarded by the board. We can go to the next page, and the next page. And that brings us to our premium costs, which, as I mentioned, we've got some extended time period. We've got another 2 years taking us through March 31st of 2021. That's our target completion date for the launch structure. And compared to the original policy period, that was 1 year and 9 months. The quote is $10,500,000. And we've been able to successfully negotiate a credit for the premium already paid for that first term. That was $4,600,000. That's because we have really strong working relationship with these business partners, with these insurance carriers that are on board with us for the duration, to be partners with us through the entire project. They understand that when we originally bought this policy in 2023, the plans for the future, year and 9 months was very different than what came to be after, changes and differences in how we were going to go about things. And so since there was no property at risk for them to pay a claim on, they agreed to give us a credit now and continue that into this next stage, which gives us the $6,083,488 new money to ask for. I didn't mention, but originally we had a quote of $16 million, even more. And like I talked about right-sizing things, that quote included an extra $5.1 million for works not yet awarded, but in our scheme, they're closer to completion, right? We know what they are. And we told them to peel those out. Let's hold off on those. Let's only pay for the premium that would be associated for this launch structure. So those are two examples of our efforts to make sure that we're keeping eyes on the dollars and just trying to make sure that, again, it's not my quote. It's we pay for what you need. That's another insurance company's quote. And then on the next page, I've got just a preliminary heads up of what's yet to come. This builder's risk is part of an entire package, a whole suite, a portfolio of insurance products that were purchased for this project. Builder's risk is just one part. Typical industry standard, in addition to property insurance, is that you have liability insurance, workers' compensation, and those are matters that will be coming up in the next few months that are becoming due as well and needing extensions. With the changes in some of the work, there's some enhancements too that we'll be recommending that would be prudent to be purchasing, and so we'll be talking about that Next. So that is what we have today, is the current request for authority to extend and pay for the premium of this builder's risk policy right now.
Thank you so much for the presentation. First, let's see if we have any public comment.
There are no hands raised on Zoom, Chair.
Okay, we'll close public comment. Are there any questions or comments from board members? Yes, Director Jane.
The report says that this was budgeted as part of overhead. We're extending this policy. Is it coming from contingency, or is it just part of the regular, what we already had budgeted?
Yeah, part of the overall budget for the project includes an element, right, to have a contingent amount of money for insurance. That was approximately 5%, I believe, of project costs. So that's where these funds are coming from. It's already been, I believe, reviewed and approved as part of the overall budget, since it's a necessary element of the entire project to move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Director Sell?
I just want to comment that the 4.6 million discount is very impressive. So I just want to compliment staff on that good relationship with this insurance provider to be able to get back our money. Thank you.
Yes, you're right. That is not typical.
Thank you. Any other comments? And if not, could I have a motion in a second?
Second.
Thank you, Foley and Jane. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That item passes, and that brings us, thank you so much. That brings us to 7.2, which is the fiscal year 2025 to 2035 Silicon Valley expenditure plan. And we'll be hearing from Casey Moto and Murali Ramanujam.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Casey Emoto, Chief Engineering Program Delivery Officer. This item is to cover and present to you the expenditure plan for the Silicon Valley Express Lanes program. And I have Murali Ramanujam, who's the Deputy Director in charge of the program, and Mike Smith from the Fiscal Division to present. So I'll turn it over to them. Thanks.
Thank you, Casey. Good evening. We are happy to present the first iteration of the expenditure plan for the Silicon Valley Express Lanes program. Oops.
I think we just need a moment to adjust the slides. We have the next item up there. If you want to continue verbally, and then we'll get the slides up for the express lanes. Thanks.
Thank you. So the VTA's state tolling authority requires that the VTA Board of Directors actually adopt an expenditure plan to be able to use the express lanes revenues. Revenues generated within this corridor has to stay within the corridor. For Santa Clara County, we have two corridors as part of the Express Lanes program. The first is the SR 237 I-880, and the second is the US 101 SR 85 corridor. The tolling authority also allows VTA to use the Express Lanes revenues to fund transit operations. The cost of the Express Lanes program is quite large that we are not able to deliver the entire Express Lanes program as a single project. Hence, we are delivering the program in phases. Phases 1, 2, and 3, I'm sorry that you do not have the map, actually are currently in operation and has already served over 35 million users. Phases 4, 5, and 6 are the next phases, and which will be delivered within 3 to 5 years. Phase 4 project will be under construction by June of this year. And it will be in operations for tolling operations in 2028. A unique aspect of the Phase 4 express lanes is the fact that up to 50% of the net revenues, express lanes revenues, will be dedicated to transit operations. This is an obligation that VTA made to fulfill the requirements set forth in the federal carbon reduction program grant funding that VTA received. The Phase 5 design work will be completed within less than a year. So we need to be ready to be able to finance the construction phase by next summer. Phase 6 Express Lanes project is beginning to, we will begin the design work this summer using available cash balance that's already in the Express Lanes program. This will help the Phase 6 Express Lanes project to be delivered sooner and also to minimize the overall financing cost, as well as to make it shelf-ready to potentially obtain any grant fundings. Okay, so keep going, right? Oh, okay. So keep going. One more slide. So I think, okay. Next slide, please. Yeah. Thank you. The expenditure plan is also recommending 2 planning studies. The first one is the I-880 Express Lanes, which connects between the existing SR 237 I-880 Express Lanes and US 101. The second project, we are happy to announce that the city of Morgan Hill had successfully obtained a $500,000 federal earmark for the South County Express Lanes in Morgan Hill and Gilroy. So we are recommending to supplement the federal earmark by adding another $1.5 million to complete the planning study. Next slide. This slide shows the process of the flow of funds from gross revenues all the way down to ending cash balance. The flow of funds moves in a cascading manner from one level to the next, filling the financial obligation at each level. The funds pay for operations and maintenance, debt service, set-asides for toll systems replacement, pavement rehabilitation, and dedicated funds. Next slide. This table shows a 10-year financial projection analysis for this corridor. The key takeaway from this table is that we will be able to pay the SR 237 loan that we have, and we are in a place to start processing the development of and implementing the I-880 Express Lanes. Next slide, please. Table 2 similarly does the same financial analysis for the US 101 and SR 85 corridor. It shows that we have the capability to finance Phase 5 and Phase 6 Express Lanes projects using existing revenues as well as future toll revenues from the US 101 SR 85 corridor. The table also shows the funding set aside for transit operations from Phase 4. Next slide. So in summary, the expenditure plan shows that we will be able to pay the existing loans, be able to finance future express lanes phases, as well as we can start the process of setting aside funds for transit operations from Phase 4. Next slide, please. So staff will update the expenditure plan annually or biennially following the budget cycle. And staff will also return to the VTA Board of Directors to approve specific items listed in the expenditure plan. Thank you. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thanks much. And before we do, we have public comment. Jordan Moldow, and then we'll go see if there's any online.
Jordan Moldow, San Jose. I urge the board to consider revising the expenditure plan so that we fund transit sooner and we don't spend any of the revenue on adding new vehicle lanes to the highways. The Phase 5 and Phase 6 projects are not only adding the toll lanes on the HOV lanes, but they're also adding dozens of new highway miles, which will increase VMT dramatically. A UC Davis VMT calculator that I used said adding the miles from just the Phase 5 project alone will increase VMT by over 100 million miles per year, which is about a 5% increase in VMT in our whole region. So one of the best things you can do for the climate is not add new lanes on the highway. So I urge you to consider modifying the expenditure plan. Additionally, there's the constraint about not being able to actually spend the money on transit because we don't run transit on the highways for the most part, and the state legislation requires that. So that needs to be changed. Thank you.
Thanks much. Any other public comment?
Yes, we do have one online. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Chair. So the first thing I'd like to do is to express my appreciation for finally studying extending the southbound HOV lane all the way down to Highway 25. But what I really want to close up here is a big red flag, which is the setting aside of 50% of revenues to transit operations. Because as we know from past experience, the only thing that's going to happen with that revenue is that it will end up as an operating surplus, which will then be transferred to the so-called debt reduction fund, which will be nothing more than supporting, further cost overrun. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Chair.
Thanks so much. We'll come back to board directors for any questions or comments, and we'll start with Director Weinberg.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation and for the report. It was very well done. It was very interesting. I especially like the way the tables were laid out. I spent some time studying them, and they were very clear, which is not always the case with tables like this. So thank you very much. My question, and I hope this isn't beyond the scope of what you're able to address today, but my question has to do with whether or not there have been any studies or there's any analysis as to whether these express lanes are actually reducing traffic, right? I mean, one of our missions is congestion management. And I had this thought when I was reading the report myself, and my friend and alternate, John McAllister, also pointed out and verbalized it better than I could at the time. But where there are at least 4 lanes, an express lane makes sense in terms of you're raising revenue and you're taking care of excess capacity. And I don't have very many studies on the issue, but what I have read and seen and personally experienced is that when you're dealing with a highway that has 3 lanes going in one direction, when you turn one of them into an express lane, sure, you're generating revenue, but you're actually making the congestion worse because there just isn't enough capacity for the lanes for people who either couldn't afford or for whatever other reason didn't want to spend the money to be able to move faster in that other lane. And sometimes that third lane doesn't even move all that much faster, if at all, than the other lanes. So I was wondering if you could speak to really, I guess it's a question of the wisdom of doing these express lanes where there are only 3 lanes going in one direction. And ultimately, have we decided that even if we're not reducing congestion, or even if we're making the congestion worse, does the goal of generating revenue outweigh those detriments?
Thank you for the question. So in terms of highway with 3 lanes, the SR 237 express lanes was the first project that we did way back 13 years ago, and it has proved to be very efficient and provides travel time reliability, and also provides an option for travelers. And we have well-documented operational report that I'm happy to share that we bring on an annual basis to show the key performance metrics out of these corridors. So I'll be happy to do that.
Thank you. Could you send me maybe the last several years of that report? I'd be very interested in taking a look at it.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do you have other comments or questions? If not, I would love to just hear staff's any response to the comment that was made about, and kind of goes along with Director Weinberg's questions, but about reducing VMT rather than adding to it, which doesn't serve our mission of congestion management. Maybe a similar answer, but I'm just wondering if you had more to say with regards to the public comment.
Yeah, I would say that we are currently also undertaking an express lane strategic plan. And as part of that, we are also going to be evaluating the corridors with dual lanes or single lane option. But more specifically to Phase 5 and Phase 6 express lanes, that is the key artery corridor cutting through Santa Clara County, where it's already very congested. And we do require a second additional lane for operational and safety reasons as well. So we'll be able to highlight those reasons in addition to other things as part of the upcoming express lane strategic plan.
Okay. And do you have a general sense of when that's going to be coming forward?
We are trying to wrap that up by the end of June, but it probably will come to the board around early fall.
Okay. I'll just say for the, I understand the item tonight and willing to support it, but I do hope that when that comes back, my expectation would be we can have a robust discussion around setting the policy guidelines about the intentions, getting the full input and perspective of the board in that, and going, especially those questions balancing climate change, greenhouse gases, VMT reductions, all these things with the very specific goals of the Express Lanes program, understanding the constraints within that. But I appreciate it. With that, if I don't see other comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Turner and Weinberg with second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. That item passes, and thank you to staff for the discussion. That brings us to item 7.3, which is an information item, the BSV 2 project update. And we'll hear from Tom McGuire, Monica Bourne, our BSV 2 program director, and Erica Rokes, BSV External Affairs Deputy Director.
Hey, good evening, directors. Tom McGuire again. And I'm joined by Erica Rokes, our Deputy Director for External Affairs, and Monica Bourne, our Deputy Chief. This will be an informational-only update today. I'm going to start with a reminder of the questions we're asking ourselves as we work our way through the challenges of making sure this project is within our budget, affordable and viable going forward. And those three questions are, Can we reduce the cost of the project sufficiently to match the resources that we have since the announcement from the federal government last August that they'll be contributing $5.1 billion to the program, and that translates to cost savings in the order of $700 to over $1 billion. Do we have confidence that the contractors we have working with us or other contractors in the industry are prepared to build that project on the budget and terms that are favorable to VTA? And finally, do we have a path to signing the full funding grant agreement with the Federal Transit Administration, given all the uncertainty about federal spending in general and especially transportation funding in Washington? So the way we're attacking that is comprehensively, and it's through a series of task forces. The first is the cost savings task force. I know this is not new material. These task forces that you see described on the screen have been meeting for months now, working on first what we called level 1 and level 2 cost savings, and finally now we're into level 3, which are changes to the configuration and design of the project that are significant but which do not fall outside of our environmental guardrails. There's no update on the dollars yet. We will be getting into this in much more depth at the BSV2 Oversight Committee next week, so there'll be a more robust and much longer update there. But suffice to say that we are working on cost savings in all these areas. Another area that I know this board has been very concerned about, and as you've asked me directly about several times, so I want to provide an update, is the rate at which we are spending on our professional services. There are a large number of people, both VTA employees, but also consultants and contractors who are working to support the design and planning of the program. What you see on the screen is a graph showing the trend over time going back to last June. And what you're seeing is a decline in the weekly spending rates for our two major professional services contractors. They are the GEC, or the General Engineering Contractor. That's a joint venture of the firms Mott McDonald and PGH Wong, or MMW. And the PMT, or the Program Management Team, and that's a joint venture of HNTB and WSP. In both cases, you see the drop-off in spending, particularly in the engineering area, that took place after we got that news from the federal government last August, that there was not going to be as much federal money as we had hoped on the program. And so we did start dialing back the rate at which we were spending on these professional services. At this point, we are going even further with these reductions. And we just set up the new work orders, or the new task orders rather, for these two contracts for the next 6 months, and those contractors are going to get haircuts on between 25% and 50% above and beyond the cuts that you saw on the graph, which that's backward-looking data. This is our forward-looking plan. And again, that reflects the fact that the job right now of the project is to find ways to save money. It is not to advance us from 30 to 60% design. It is not to lock into a plan that we're still exploring whether or not we could afford. It's to use the technical expertise, and they are great. They really are great consultants we have working for us, but to use that expertise to help us save money and make sure that we're on the right track with the long-term viability of the project. So that's really what I wanted to say about that topic, which has come up here many times. I'm now going to hand the microphone to Monica Bourne, who's going to give us an update on the construction we're working on.
Thank you. Good evening, directors. All right, so wanted to share some of our progress happening out in the field in our new hall yard, which is where our launch structure will be. Preparing for that, we've got on the left-hand side, we're showing a detention basin that will collect the stormwater before we control release it. We've got on the right-hand side preparation for concrete pours, so these will ultimately be concrete pads. We'll have equipment placed on top of it. And then, next slide, we've got over here on the left-hand side, we're installing electrical conduits that will provide power to the site and trenches. And on the right-hand side, we've got a concrete pour that's been placed there for the excavated materials bin, which will collect material from the excavated soil as we start out there on the launch structure. Next slide, and there we go. So on the left-hand side, I'm excited to show that we have our trailers set up out there, and yesterday I personally went out there and visited them, and they are very nice trailers that our contractor is providing out there for us. We've got our CMS have offices out there, and we have capability of holding conferences and meetings out there. And as we're showing on here too, there's also decking so that you can have an opportunity to observe the site while you are visiting the trailers too. On the right-hand side, we've got the parking area for the staff as they come visit the site to either use the trailers or take a look at the site as the work continues out there. And now I'm going to pass it back to Tom.
Okay, so as that work continues, I talked about the key viability questions, the first being cost. The second one is, do we have the right contractors in place, and do we have contractors working on the terms that work for us? This is a task force, the contracting task force, which was established back in November at this board's direction. We continue to work through the issues that are described here on the screen. And again, the question here is whether or not we're going to execute what's called the off-ramp in the contract we have with our tunneling contractor. And that is to say, not proceed with any further work with that contractor. And if we do trigger that, what is our backup plan? We don't want to make a decision like that lightly. We don't want to make it without the context of what's going on in the industry right now. And we definitely don't want to do it without a plan B in place. So bringing it all together, this diagram shows the four concurrent work streams that are really most important to the program right now. The cost-saving work at the top, which I think I've already talked about, the importance of closing that $700 to $1.2 billion gap. But then the work of this task force fills the remaining three lines. So we spent a great deal of time in January and February talking to informally and formally, speaking with other contractors in the field, contractors who might be able to come build a tunnel of this scale if we didn't want to go forward with QHA trailer for that work. Learned a lot about the pros and cons and the real cost challenges that all infrastructure owners like VTA are facing in dealing with the industry. But we learned a lot, and it's helping us think through what some alternate contract packaging approaches and procurement strategies might look like. So that row there is developing a plan B. The third row, CP2, KST, VTA coordination, that is all about our continued work with QHA trailer, KST, to see if there's any way forward to find a price or terms that we could continue to work with them and reach a stage 2 price agreement. We certainly don't want to miss any opportunities to do that. And then finally, there's the off-ramp decision itself, and that's something that we're working closely with inside and outside experts, our own attorneys, as well as outside counsel to evaluate our options, make sure we understand all the contract terms, and so that we have a plan to execute that should it be the right thing to do. And this all leads up to a milestone in June of this year, when we will come back first to the BSV2 committee in June, and then ultimately to this board with a staff recommendation about whether or not to go ahead with the contract off-ramp and what Plan B would look like. So that is how all that work is coming together, and we'll just continue to keep you up to date over the next few months leading up to that milestone. Finally, I'm going to ask Erica to give us an update on our work with our stakeholders and communities.
Great. Good evening, directors. Too far. Wanted to give you all an update about where we have been in the community, gearing up for the more significant construction that will be starting in May with the lawn structure construction with extended work hours and such. So we've been meeting with the key stakeholders in the area to let them know and help them become informed about what the plan is. We have sent out a multilingual construction mailer, letting everyone know about the extended work hours and increase in construction activities that will be happening. We published our quarterly newsletter with general project activities, which I believe you all have a copy of in front of you. And in addition, we launched our first monthly construction e-blast update, which I believe you all also have as well, which we'll use to communicate key changes in construction that are upcoming. Moving forward, later this month, we have a couple of different pop-up engagement events where we'll be attending the Santa Clara University Career Fair, engaging with students there, and we'll be attending the Viva Calle event in the middle of the month. As far as our recent engagement with stakeholders beyond our standard city engagement that we have, We had a briefing with MTC to give them an update on the project in the end of May. Tomorrow, we'll have a briefing with state legislative delegation, and we're planning for a trip to Washington, D.C., Thomas, later in May. In addition, I've mentioned before that we've been gathering some feedback on surveys we're planning to put out for our Thriving Business Program from key stakeholders in our Small Business Task Force and community working groups. And so we are integrating that feedback, and we'll be gearing up to start that surveying process later this spring. I think with that, we are happy to take any questions.
Thanks so much. I'll first go to public comment. We do have a couple here, Neil and Jordan Moldow.
Hello once again, still me. First of all, thank you for the presentation. The proposed level 3 cost reductions, I'm very much looking forward to seeing the results of those preliminary estimates. I think given that it would make the project very similar to I believe it's the Scarborough subway extension in Toronto in terms of the design of it. I'm hoping that we could see costs coming down to more of a similar level to them, which would yield, fingers crossed, a lot of money in savings. Really want to get this project out of this sort of cost reductions hell that it's in and moving as fast as possible. So looking forward to seeing those results. Thank you.
Hi, Jordan Moldow, San Jose. Thank you, staff, for the report and for your great work on this important project. I echo pretty much everything that Harry said. Really excited about the report about the potential cost savings and really hoping that those pan out. It sounds like a big win for the cost, big win for the construction timeline, and also just the amount of time it takes you to get down from street level to the platform. One thing that's interesting to me, I'm glad to hear that all of this falls within the bounds of the environmental report. That's good news. What puzzles me is that we can make all these changes to the tunneling and the excavation method, but if you remove just a single parking space, that apparently puts us outside the bounds of what we can change without revising our EIR. In the context of the Little Portugal station, I know we talked about removing the parking structure, but creating a level parking with the exact same number of spaces. If there's some way to remove some parking spaces and spend less money on that, that's another thing we could do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have anyone online?
Yes, Chair, and before I get to them, I do want to note for the record that we did receive written public comment that was sent to the board and posted to the online agenda packet. Roland, you may begin speaking when ready.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm also really encouraged by the report, and I look forward to learning more about Plan B next week. But in closing, I very quickly want to attract your attention to page 6 of the letter, which summarizes the $1.9 billion cost reporting discrepancy, and close off with the following recommendation. First of all, I think the time has come to refer this to the BART Inspector General to clearly identify where this $1.9 billion came from, whether it's BART Phase 1, whether it's BART Phase 2, or some other project. And finally, every month, post the monthly cost report. And also, on the transparency side, from project initiation to current. Thank you.
Next, Blair, you may begin speaking when ready.
Hi, hold up, Blair Beekman. I finally made it to the meeting today. I was doing other things. I was just stuck in other things, so I couldn't be here for meetings so next. Thank you. I hope you can read my under public comments or letters today. With that said, I wanted to hopefully try to weigh in on this issue. It was said at the non-agenda public comment time, a person offered a very interesting list of at least $500,000, $500 million the VTA can cover in the current cost of the project, leaving another $500 million to be you guys having trouble addressing. I really think if you look to LA and their subway system with Korea, going into Koreatown a decade or 2 or 3 decades ago now, it's a really good example of how we continue these practices, how money can be worked on, projects can be worked on. Look into that project, and the person offers some interesting ideas as well. Good luck.
That concludes public comment, Chair.
Thank you. We'll close public comment and come back to directors for any questions or comments. Do we have any? Yes, Director Jane.
Thank you for the report. One of the things that was expressed at the Oversight Committee was that we're kind of waiting for another agency to go first with an FFGA application. Do you have any updates on that? Do you have any timelines about when we would apply? And then secondly, do you have any ballpark estimates of what the tariffs might do to impact our costs?
Yeah, two very timely questions. On the first one, we will be talking more in the committee about different scenarios for when we might apply, because the answer to that question is tied up in some different ways in which we might execute or not execute the off-ramp. That would certainly affect when we apply, and similarly the cost savings we might try to realize. So there's not a fixed date right now that we are saying we will send the application in on November 1st of this year, because we really need to get through the cost-saving exercise and figure out the off-ramp question. As for other agencies that have applied, I don't think we have any new information about that, but we will talk to our lobbyists and try to bring something up, some updates about that to the committee meeting next week. And then And then the third question about tariffs, we have built quite a bit of cost escalation into our, quite a bit of inflation into our cost estimates, both inflation over the next few years at the rates we've been seeing, as well as some long-term estimates that are pretty much been vetted and validated by the Federal Transit Administration. The specific impact of the tariffs, I don't think we have a specific number on it, but we're being pretty bearish or conservative, I guess, about cost escalation of specific materials. And then I would remind us that we do have a price. We do have a price for the launch structure. So the work that's underway is that's at the contractor's risk.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah. Ex officio Burt, and then we'll Director Abacogo.
Well, thanks. I just want to follow up on that question on tariff impacts, specifically on the tunnel boring machine. So that would be an imported item. We have a fixed price. Would the tariff add an enormous percentage to that cost?
So we're gonna investigate that and have an answer for you at the committee next week. We have a contract at a fixed price, but I want to get a precise answer before I say yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation and all the hard work that's going into this major project. I wanted to follow up on Director Jane's question. I actually had a conversation with one of our members of Congress in the South Bay Coalition, and his suggestion was actually to go in sooner than later for the FFGA. And so I know that I saw that you'll be taking a trip to DC in May, and was just wondering if you've checked in with our members of our delegation to get their insights. I know we have a great intergovernmental relations consultant, but just getting a checking in with our actual members to see what their thoughts are, because that was the advice that one gave to me.
Yes, I mean, Beverly Green from our government affairs and I do talk to staff from the delegation. We briefed them in late February. We talked to staff members from each of our members of Congress, both House and Senate, and we'll be meeting with all of them in May when we're in DC as well. But would be happy to follow up directly with that member's office. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And then for next week's committee meeting, I just wanted to ask and confirm that some of these, some of the issues, I guess the main issues from our last meeting was the tunnel, the potential for shifting to a smaller tunnel, and my questions are around what the impacts would be to our current tunnel boring machine contract. And so I just wanted to request, if you may already have this on your list of things to cover already, but I want to make sure that we have an understanding, clear understanding of the cost implications of a hybrid tunnel approach, the total cost of switching to a smaller tunnel for the full alignment, and any credit or recovery we could get from the current tunnel boring machine investment. And would ask that you bring as much information as you can to our next meeting or the following meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Sell?
There was a public commenter that talked about the Toronto and that they had a major cost reduction. I was wondering if you were aware of that, or if this is similar or not similar, or any insights to that?
We have definitely looked at this. It's called the Scarborough Line subway, I believe Mr. Neal was talking about in Toronto. And I don't know the width off the top of my head, but I believe the tunnel itself is in the low 40 feet dimension, so it's smaller than our current 53-foot bore. There are some differences. The design standards for the system in Toronto are not as BART trains are bigger, BART tracks are wider, and so there's some apples to oranges issues. But we are definitely looking at that as an option, because there are some things about how you arrange all the different systems within the tunnel and how you build it that we're trying to learn from.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And Director Cohen?
Yeah, my understanding is that FTA in their most recent guidance has said that for projects where the FFGA has not yet been signed, they're evaluating the applications to make sure that there's no goals to help for climate or for racial equity. When we submitted our application, did the application at the time include that kind of language, and are we at risk now, or is there a way to amend, change to make sure that we're focused on the transit and congestion reduction goals?
Yeah, that's again another very timely question. So the good news is that we have a new starts engineering letter, which means that we have passed a significant review review with the FTA, and that is robust between administrations. That letter is about our risk profile, our cost estimates, the quality of our engineering. It really doesn't get into the kind of issues you're talking about. So that's a really strong foundation to work from. When we apply for the FFGA, again, we're going to focus again on those topics as well. We do know that there are criteria that will be in the FFGA application that the administration does have the flexibility to change some of those criteria. So we're watching that very carefully. And our lobbyists, Cardinal Infrastructure, just reached out to the general manager and government affairs this week to get our input as a major project sponsor into how some streamlining might work at the FTA. So we're trying to stay in the process of how that evaluation takes place. I don't know about like scrubbing past.
But I assume they'll be reviewing the application again. I appreciate that in normal times we would say that there's a robust transfer from one administration to another. I don't for a second trust that that's the case currently. So setting aside the idea that there was a review, the review is based on an application that was submitted before, which presumably has language in it about all the benefits, which I assume includes benefits that this administration now finds objectionable, as important as they are to us. So I was just curious about that, and maybe there's not a good answer to that at this point.
Yeah, maybe the best thing I had to say to you is that when it's time to put in the FFGA, we are going to absolutely make sure that we put our best case forward based on the review criteria that are set, partially by the CIG, which is federal law, and partially by the administration. We'll do our best to frame it. And then the way we frame things for FTA staff, for our delegation, and even for committee staff within Congress is very much going to be, we will try to be as savvy as we can and work with our lobbyists to make sure that the message that this is a great investment in our economies getting through.
So then my follow-up question is, I consider this project to be it's obviously a long-term project, right? We have funding to sustain us through this administration. We don't know what the future brings, except to say that my fervent hope is that sanity will prevail in 4 years. If in fact this we move forward with the FFGA and it gets denied by this administration, how does that, since there was a commitment from the previous one, what does it mean in terms of being able to potentially go back for this commitment in the future? And how do we keep that option open in the best way possible?
Yes, this is something we're going to be exploring over a couple of the next couple of BSV2 committees in more detail, because we are thinking about what those scenarios look like. A scenario where it takes us a long time to get an FFGA, and what that might mean for our spending and our construction planning. I don't have the answer right now.
Yeah, and I guess my question is not if it takes us a long time to get an FFGA, that's one thing. If they were to deny the FFGA, does that sort of close out that past application and acceptance, the grant that was received, so that in the future, when somebody goes back and says, well, now let's go back and try to meet the commitments under the Inflation Reduction Act spending, that project is now off the table because it went through the process and got denied at the FFGA level? Again, we probably don't have an answer today, but I want to make sure we're thinking that through.
I understand the question now, and I think maybe we'll try to get some thoughts from our lobbyists who've seen the CIG program evolve through Republican and Democratic administrations for years, and try to give you a couple of examples.
Again, I would just throw out the idea that evolution through Republican and Democratic administrations means anything in this current administration. They are determined to change the entire way the government does business. Previous administrations have not done that. They've usually believed in the word of the government and the faith in the government. So I just want us to be careful about saying, well, this is how it's been through previous transitions. Therefore, we feel comfortable with the approach we're taking. I want us to be extra careful about what are our avenues, what are the backup plans, also what action can we take if it doesn't go our way, and what can we do in the future, assuming that we would have to go back later to request it again under a different administration. All those questions I think need to be thought through.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Just, I agree. I mean, we have had conversations about this, like what if there is no sense of it getting an FFGA or no New Starts program? Nobody knows. It's always been carried from every administration still continued, even if there were threats against it. So, I mean, we are having some discussions about what can be potentially done, even as maybe a holdover until we see if another administration gets in. I think what's really going to be telling is what comes. Everybody's waiting for the president's budget to see what he does in the transportation realm, particularly in transit. And we expect that was supposed to be coming in April. Now it looks like May.
Yeah.
So we're waiting month to month to see exactly what it is. That'll be the first big indication of what's going to happen.
Again, budget numbers, though, are different than choices about where to spend that money. So
no, the budget numbers on transit, though, usually when he puts out the budget, they'll actually have something in there about what goes to New Starts. It's very detailed on the transportation side and on the transit side. So we'll know what programs he's.
Well, sure, it'd be very easy if he says we're not even funding these kind of projects. I'm just saying that if the budget says we're still funding these kind of projects, but we're going to evaluate them on a case-by-case basis, and we want all our money to go to these other states and not to California. I mean,
yeah.
But anyway.
You're right. I mean, right now he has sort of, they're putting some language in there about the states that have the highest growth rate.
Yeah, birth rate.
And that's birth rate, and that's tends to be, meets along the lines of the so-called red states. So that could be it. Though, is it going to be by area, by area population? We don't know. And those are things we continue to take a look at.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we have all our eyes open when we're going into this, and then thoughtful about keeping our options alive as long as possible if we don't feel like we're getting cooperation currently.
Yeah.
And I think I've used the word scenario. I think we over the next couple of committee meeting cycles, we do want to bring some scenarios, and I think we should ask ourselves the question, should we apply? Maybe that's what you're asking, right? In some ways. Yeah. Okay.
the full range of options needs to be on the table just for us to think about. Yeah. Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? No, if not, that concludes this item. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is an information item. That now brings us to 8, which is first 8.1, items of concern or referral. Are there any board members with referrals? I don't see any. So next is announcements. A friendly reminder that our budget workshop is scheduled for Friday, April 25th, 2025 at 9 a.m. at the River Oaks campus. I know most everyone has RSVP'd, so thank you all very much for that and look forward to seeing you there, but please respond to the poll if you have not done so. For 8.3, I'll turn it over to our board clerk.
Yes, Chair. There are no requests to speak for 8.3, but I just wanted to note for the record that we have received written public comments for item number 3, which is regular public comment, and item 5.2A, government affairs update, and those have been uploaded on the website. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is item 9, which is closed session, and the description of the items is noted on the screen. First, I'll check if there are any members of the public here or online who would like to comment on these closed session items.
There are no hands raised, Chair.
Okay, we'll close public comment. The board will now convene to closed session. We'll be doing it next door in room 157, and we anticipate it will last approximately an hour and a half, at which time we'll reconvene. Thank you all.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Test.
Do we have our chair?
You can just do it from here.
I'm sorry. Thank you. We are back from closed session and open session, and I'll give it to our general counsel report out.
The board did not take any reportable actions in closed session tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. We're adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
Ending the meeting for all.